Welcome, everyone, to this wonderful Sunday. Now, last night I definitely had my toll with, uh, with myself, right? And I was second guessing a lot about what I was doing, and a lot of doubt came in, right? And I definitely just kind of gave up on yesterday's. Um, how could you say it? Like I gave up on yesterday's roadblock. Although I did, um, try to make progress, I just didn't stream, right? And but I'm here today now. I'm here today now, and even this morning while I was walking, there was I realized that I'm stopping, or that I wanted to stop was because like it's not that there's like a limitation on my skills, is really just that I believe there was a limitation. And when people say like 80% is mindset and 20% is tactics, they ain't wrong, because really your mindset is something that will tip you over at most times. Your mindset is the thing that tends to block your vision and your beliefs. And if you don't have belief or vision, then no tactic is going to make sense to you. No tactic is going to work for you, because shit, guys, like like how can you do something if you don't believe it, right? And really, this morning I woke up really puffy, really bloated, and it was just because, like, you doubt yourself. When you doubt yourself, um, everything happens. Everything just goes to shit. But today we're going to do this. We're going to do this because thinking about it now, like, if the reason I want to stop is because I can't get over this problem, then most likely a lot of people before me have stopped on this similar step. And I don't know what's up with my mouth. I can't even talk properly recently, guys. I don't. Fuck this, honestly. I think I need to get a new battery for this mouth. Literally, this mouth is just. Oh my god. All right. Sorry, guys. All right. I mean, we are very, very close. At least now we connected the API to our app successfully. And the only error we are getting now is just loading the app, really. My god, this mouse is gonna kill me. That's the thing, guys. Like, I have allowed these tiny things to just ruin everything else for me. It's like when something doesn't work, I'll be so like angry over it. And when you're angry, well, you know what happens when you're angry, right? Your emotions dictate your actions. And when that happens, you make dumb decisions. And recently, it's like I have just been making dumb decisions because I could not get this thing to work. And then when that happens, fuck. Sorry, guys. I really wanted to slam this keyboard. I mean, not the keyboard, the mouse, for a long time. All right, I think I'm gonna go change this battery because I think the battery is just broken. All right. And I don't know when was the last time that I actually raged. Like, yeah, I can't even remember it because it's literally been that long. Like, the last time I got mad at something was probably playing video games. I think this one is broken too. And I say I don't rage often is because, ever since I started meditating, I managed to control my emotions quite well. But maybe lately I have been doing it wrong or something. Yeah. Anyways, so we got our mouse working. All right. So yeah. So we just can't load the avatar because of a trim error. But at least we got the avatar fetched. And I believe we have some other errors, which I didn't even know where a thing. All right. Are not valid. So something we changed in our the changes and implementation. I just want to know why we are getting this error in our leaderboards tab when yesterday and the day before and the day before that we were just working on our profile. This doesn't really make sense to me. Unless what happens is because that we removed the profile UI and we changed it to the render box. Therefore, we're getting this error. And last night, although I did use all my time to, try to solve this error or this problem, at 8 o'clock, I just kind of gave up and decided to just, distract my mind by playing some, games like Cyberpunk. And I just realized how boring it was. When you're actually when you're actually locked in and you have things to do, you actually take life seriously, you realize that everything else is just a distraction. But you still get distracted by it because sometimes it gets too hard what you're doing, or perhaps sometimes you're just annoyed at what you're doing and you just think like you need to do something else, like you need to take a break, like you need to, in my case, play games, right, to unwind. But I could have been reading a book. I could have been working on my mindset. I could have been meditating. Why play games? Because, I don't want to do the internal work, because I know that there is something wrong with me internally. It's a point of avoidance, guys. It's just a part of avoidance. You a centralized listener. Like, I am no longer gonna be mad at, a challenge. I am simply just not gonna be mad or get mad by a simple challenge. Because I realize that I'll go insane if I just get angry and mad when I get faced with a problem. Because the truth is, there are going to be a lot of things I don't know how to do. There will be a lot of things I need to overcome. Right? And if I get mad at it every time, like with this avatar issue, and I spend hours and hours just letting my feelings control me, even though I'm still being productive, then I only drive myself insane and reduce my efficiency, right? Reduce my productivity and feel like I'm getting to nowhere at all. So I just can't get mad and actually focus on the problem. Like 2 days ago, when I came back from work, I wanted to understand why I was not getting the API to fetch correctly. So I actually manually read the docs. Instead of being just solely reliant on prompting the AI, which is getting nowhere, I read the docs, I reconfigured everything, I stayed up past my bedtime, and I got that shit right. And now we got this new problem to actually render the character, which it should be the easy step if you think about it, right? And once again, this same pattern is repeating where I am getting up in my feelings, getting emotionally hurt, and getting nowhere because I'm prompting the AI the same thing. I'm arguing with it like he gives a fuck. And this is only causing me to degrade my own self-esteem. So it's just stupid if you think about it now, and especially when I say it out loud, it just doesn't really make sense. Line 201. I mean, it still is the avatar, right? Because that's the line he changed. Doesn't even say timestamp. At least daily snapshot is working. But I don't know why it's saying that it's a timestamp, because it's not a timestamp. I literally don't see a timestamp whatsoever. Do you guys see a timestamp? Again, it's just talking shit. And my mouse is going crazy. User.avatar. still wasn't the issue. User or avatar. I need a new battery for this mouse, honestly. Still's not fixing the problem. Hmm. does it mean by Firebase server timestamps? I don't. And now we don't even have images. Okay, so we got everything back to normal now. So it was an avatar functionality, man. This thing is fucking with me, I swear. remember watching some guy on YouTube that managed to render the 3D avatar. So really all I have to do is just copy him. I don't think I have it in this account. Do I like videos? No. No, that's not this account. Switch accounts. This one, I think.
How to build a professional looking portfolio with the React Refiber Part 1. Hi, welcome to this new tutorial. The final goal of the entire tutorial series is to create a great looking portfolio in the style of David Hekoff one, but with the Wawa touch and also yours. The course is made of small actionable independent chapters, and in the final episode we will play Lego to assemble our portfolio. Today we will prepare your own to be at the same stage than you. Choose your body type, I select masculine. Then you can take a photo or pick a file, I will use my profile picture. Accept. And it's loading an avatar with my face. I think it looks like me, okay, but you can customize it to whatever you want because it's your portfolio. It's best that it looks like you or what you want to look like. I won't spend too much time editing it, but really have fun, do whatever you want. Let's select a cool haircut. The clothes provides is this button here. It's written for developers. It's what we are, so it's perfect. And download avatar as a GLB file. So from that, we will load it into our 3JS scene. Once you've downloaded it, go to public, create a new folder, name it models, and drag and drop inside it.
I'm gonna try this. Right, I gotta go to public. I know our thing's a mess. Let's go to images actually. No, let's go to yeah, let's name it GBL. GBL, and we'll go to my thing, and we'll actually get the Ready Player Me URL, which is somewhere. I know it's somewhere. There we go. This URL. We are going to copy this URL. No, I did the wrong thing. How do I go back? Oh, cancel. No, we're going to copy this URL. And what this is going to do, this should be able to download it for us. Nice. And now, this mouth, bro. Downloads. We're going to drag this here. How do I change open with? Open with. Choose another app. Choose another app. Rename. Model. As you can see, like it literally is our model. So the model's there, right? So now if we, let me just put this away in assets. So we literally drag this into here. What the fuck? All right. Open anyways. Don't know what any of this means, but that's fine. Because, bro, I swear, I'll be back. found our battery. There we go. It's just stupid shit like that, guys. Like, just gets on my nerves. And I'm allowing that to get on my nerves. When all I have to do is just get a new battery. You know, same as rendering this 3D model. All I have to do is just fucking learn, you know?
The model. Okay, so now let's run npx gltf JSX on the model. What it did is it took the 3D model file and generated a React component with it that we can play with. Let's copy everything from this file, go to components, create a new file, name it avatar.jsx, paste it, and we'll do some correction to it. So the model. Okay, so now let's run npx gltf JSX on the model.
Fuck it, I'm gonna do this manually.
What it did is it took the 3D model file and generated a React component with it that we can play with.
What is that? The model, the file name? I think it was the file name. I think it's just the mouth that's broken, not the actual battery. Looks like this slammer yesterday. Making sure that's correct. Looks correct to me. Sure. that it? Not too sure though. I put in my public file. The thing is, do I even have a public file? Shit, I realize I don't.
Wait, let's copy everything from this file, go to components, create a new file, name it avatar.jsx, paste it, and we'll do some correction to it. So the function name we want it to be avatar. The path, because we put it in models, we need to add models, and also on the preload. Now go to the experience, and let's try to add our avatar component. Okay, so we can see it, it's full black and with a bad position, or our camera is wrongly placed, but we will fix it. So for now, we can remove this.
Okay, so if he can do it, then we can fucking do it. So let's figure it out. So I really don't know what this is though. So I'm gonna delete this file.
put it in models, we need to add models and also on the preload. Now go to the experience and let's try to add our avatar component. Okay, so we can see it. It's full black and with a bad avatar in a group. We'll wrap our scene later. Position on the y-axis, -1. And okay, that should be fine for now. Let's have a look at how to animate it. To animate it, we will use the free animation library Mixamo. So either sign up or log in. You can see there is my previous character, but let's upload a new one. And here it only takes FBX, OBJ, or zip. So we can't upload our GLB. But with Blender, it's very easy to convert it to FBX. Play with all the animation and have just a small portion of it, so you can play with it. But we won't change it and hit download. Here we can select the
Hello everyone, welcome back to the next video. In this video, I will show you how to animate GLTF or GLB models, 3D models in Expo React Native. So let's get started. So first, like this is just a cheat sheet which I have created to how to create Expo project, how to add a native module. So we will be following that first. So first you can just go to this particular URL over here and it will tell you how to create an Expo React Native project.
Is my thing on fast or something? Like why is he? Oh, it is. I was gonna say, brother.
I will be using this blank TypeScript template because it has less boilerplate code and it also has TypeScript support. So for now, I can just copy this particular command over here. And then you can go to your workspace directory wherever you create your project and just paste this command. Next it will ask us for the project name, so let's just wait for this. I'll just name it as my app. I'll click on enter and it will create the project for us. Now we need to write some native code because there is no third-party library available, at least for React Native at the time of me recording this video. There are some Expo GL, all that stuff, and I have installed Android Studio as well and paste it over here. Now this will help us create the iOS folder. So again, this module name, because we like this by default, I am using that Fox model animations because model has. You can just go to this GLTF. This is what all different animation it has. It has this survey and this animation. Let's go back to our code now. First, if you try to make something other like 3, 4, 5, then I have added required changes Android 1.54.5 and filament. If you still feel so, these 3 files you can go to Java, go to my module, then first there as well, and here we just have added. So if you want direct light talk about first, okay, just go back to your X. You just have to the problem with this is, so I've just GLTF. So hopefully you got the point. Again, I've changed the index. I was trying to run it from the Metro bundle.
My mouse. And we're gonna try a different approach. No, what are we doing? Why are we doing it with Bob again? Oh my god, bro.
Today's a quick one. We're just going to load a GLTF model and put it in the scene. That's it. Well, okay. There's a couple of other things we're going to do to make it look cool. We're going to use an HDR loader to load an HDR image, an ultra HDR image, and use that as the environment lighting for our scene. We're going to add this kind of nebula looking thing in the background as well as a star field. So, okay, a couple of things. Let's go. This is the basic template. You can download this from my GitHub. All it does is instantiate a Three.js scene and a renderer. And I also add the orbit controls and just slap a geometry in the scene so we have something to start with. And I'm going to lose that geometry and instead load my own geometry using the GLTF loader. Import GLTF loader. And that's in the Three.js example files from... That's exactly where. Let's instantiate the loader. Const GLTF loader is equal to a new GLTF loader. And I could do it this way. Thank you. I have a directory in the project files called assets. Inside it is this astronaut.glb. GLB is the file extension for a binary GLTF. I passed this thing here. This is a callback function. And the callback function says, hey, with that data you just got, I'm calling it GLTF. Pull out this thing called a scene. You know what? The best way to illustrate this is to just console.log scene property. So let's load out. Okay, and inside it is a Three.js. Got all of these properties. The property that we're interested in is this scene property. So let's log that out. It's a Three.js group, and inside it, it has some children. Let's log that out. That's just a simple JavaScript array, and inside it is a Three.js mesh. Let's log that. Its material is a mesh standard material. Let's just see what it looks like. We've introspected, we've looked into what is being loaded. Let's go ahead and use it. I'm just going to grab that scene. And I want to, this bit here says, hey, loop over everything in that scene. And if there's something in there that's a child, that's a mesh, then do this thing. Take the geometry property of that mesh and center it. I'm just going to turn that off for now. And then scene.add_astronaut. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, there he is. There's my astronaut. Let's turn off this cube rotation just by commenting it out. And let's remove the cube from the scene. Good. And there's our astronaut. He's standing on a point in the middle of the scene. That's not great. That's what this geometry.center is. You know, it says move him from where he is to...
Okay, let's see what we are doing.
Hey, so today we'll be loading models in Three.js. This is a major step when you're doing 3D stuff since it allows what formats they support. They have this handy list here. They support a whole mess of formats, specific loader we need for the format, which is what this line here does. Then we need to instantiate an instance of a loader, which is what we're doing right here, and then call load with the path to the model.
If this doesn't work, guys, I'm going to read the documentation, because like what other way can I do it? Like if I mean prompting it for like 3 fucking days and it's not working, then maybe I should read the documentation on my own and try to figure it out. But this mouth is actually killing me. Mouse. Not mouth. Mouse. Again, it's loading with Bob. Why does it keep changing it? And guys, I am getting a double chin from all this bullshit. load it. Add. Import. It imports fine. Literally, all you add is like need a light. That is not what I told you to do. going to use the bathroom after this. Let's try that again to see if the file is correctly grabbed. The module is wrong.
When ordering food online, I usually skip stores without pictures. But even when they have, as soon as you need to choose options, you're not sure what you will end with. Especially me living in Japan and having no idea what I'm doing. That's where Wawa Eats come to the rescue, the first mobile app with a 3D sandwich configurator. To make this mobile app, we will use React Native with Expo and the React Fiber. We will create the project from scratch together, and I will explain step by step how to achieve it. Before starting, if you want to learn everything you need to know about React Fiber, I created the Ultimate Guide to 3D Web Development, a project-based course going from zero to hero, link in the description. In this video, a golden ticket is hidden. The first one to find Wawa Wonka will get the course for free, a good reason to subscribe to the channel and click on the bell button. Time to create our React Native project. To create our project, we need to go to React Fiber documentation and head to the React Native section. From there, we can find the command we need, which is npx create expo app. In a new terminal, paste it, hit enter, enter
So we literally have the avatar ID, right? So we have it. ID is which is right here. Which, if we go to downloads, it's not the same. It's not the same. Wait. Downloads. No, it's not the same. least we have the avatar. This mouse is literally killing me. I think I got a new battery. I can't remember. Do I even see my mouse anymore? Okay, this one's definitely not good. Oh, I think I did break it. Maybe. I'm gonna try a new battery. Be right back. I got 3 more batteries. I mean, they can't all be used, right? I think we are good now. I think we're good. Hopefully we're good. Okay, so. No, it's still not working, guys. I think I literally broke the mouse. I was slamming it too hard and I broke it. So we know that our avatar is working. We definitely connected the API after 3 fucking days. But now we are just not loading it properly. So we're making progress, just very slow progress. And we'll watch this tutorial and get it done, hopefully.
Your app name, I will name it Wawa Eats, and it's creating the resources you need for your project. When it's finished, it tells you the commands you can run to start using it. cd wawa is to enter into the folder, and run Android, iOS, or web. So you can simply, instead of doing cd, file, open folder, and open your folder. To start your project, you just have to do npm start, and then you will have all the indication on how to debug it. And you have a QR code that you can scan on your mobile device. Before scanning it, or maybe the link redirects you, but let's install it by ourselves, open your App Store or Play Store, search for Expo Go, and you will find this application here, install it, and then you can scan the code. Open the camera of your phone, scan the code from your screen, and open in Expo Go. You have that screen that will be displayed, and this is your app. Open up app.js to start working on your app. Let's modify it a bit. You can go into app.js. Here you have the text that we just see. You can say hello world, and add a default button from React Native. Title is equal to press me. Now, if we go back to the application, we see hello world and press me. Instead of running it directly on your Android device or iOS device, you can run it on an Android simulator. Unfortunately, React Fiber will crash on iOS simulator, so you will need a device if you want to test on iOS. For Android, you can download Android Studio here. Then once you have installed it, go to More Actions, Virtual Device Manager. Here you can create new devices. You have the list between different phones. Me, I choose Pixel 8 Pro, and then you can start it with the play button. Once it is running, you can go back to your project, and from here you can press the A key. It will automatically build it and run it on your
That's pretty. I should probably go download that now.
hello world. Now, if we go back to the application, we see hello world and press me. Instead of running it directly on your Android device or iOS device, you can run it on an Android simulator. Unfortunately, React Fiber will crash on iOS simulator. So you will need a device if you want to test on iOS. For Android, you can download Android Studio here. Then once you have installed it, go to More Actions, Virtual Device Manager. Here you can create new devices to have the list between different phones. Me, I choose Pixel 8 Pro, and then you can start it with the play button. Once it is running, you can go back to your project, and from here you can press the A key. It will automatically build it and run it on your Android running emulator. And you can see the button is different because the button component we are using is using the native button from Android or iOS. You have the list here of the keys you can use to interact with your React Native app. The one you might often use is press R to reload the app. If you press it, it will reload the app on the emulator or your device. Because we will often see our splash screen when we reload the app, we can modify it by going to Assets. And here, if you want to change the icon of your app, you change Adaptive Icon. Same for Icon and Splash. You can just open them in your favorite image editor. So you keep the size and the properties of it, edit it, and save it. Once you have done it, you can replace the different files. And here is what I ended it with. I kept the transparency and just added Wawa its logo. Now, if I press R, I can see my splash screen when the app is loading. And then I have my app. Now let's see how to add React Fiber to our React Native app. Let's head back to React Fiber documentation, React Native section, and we need to do expo install expo.gl. We can stop our server and paste it. If you don't have expo,
What do you say?
Install expo.gl.
I think we have that.
GL. We can stop our server and paste it. If you don't have expo, just run npx expo. Then we need to install 3 and the React 3 fiber.
What document? React 3 fiber.
But let's get rid of npm and use yarn instead. This is a matter of preference, but it is very slow npm compared to yarn. So you can remove the package log.json, and first maybe also remove the node models. Remove rf node models, then run yarn to install the dependencies, because automatically we had a package JSON created. And then we need to do yarn add 3 React 3 fiber, and we will also use React 3 dry. They also tell us that if we want to use GLTF files or texture image file, we need to change the metroconfig.json.
Oh, this might be important.
Yarn add 3 React 3 fiber, and we will also use React 3 dry. They also tell us that if we want
some configurations may be required to tell the Metro bundle about your assets if you use loader or debris abstraction, like use GLTF and use texture.
Want to use GLTF files or texture image file, we need to change the metroconfig.js, but we don't have one, so we go to export documentation and we see how to customize our metroconfig file. So we just run npx export customize metroconfig.js. The installation here.
No. Metro config. I think we do have a metro config file. We have a shit ton of files, to be honest. You know, we can just do this, you know. Metro config, there we go. Do we have it though?
And we will also use React 3 dry. They also tell us that if we want
Look how many fucking files we have imported that we probably don't even use. Dependencies, that's in dependencies. 1,000? Now we have way too much. That doesn't even sound right, does it? Sounds way too much files, pointless files.
Want to use GLTF files or texture image file, we need to change the metroconfig.js, but we don't have one. So we go to export documentation and we see how to customize. Our metroconfig file. So we just run npx export customize metroconfig.js. The installation here is finished, so we can run it. It's generating the file for us. Let's open it and add the configuration. Instead of doing like the documentation to set the source extension and assets extension directly, I decided to create an array with the different extension to loop.
Let's just copy him. That looks like parentheses instead of brackets, doesn't it? Oh, because it is brackets. This is literally the first time I've written any code. JS. JSON TXT. Am I doing something? That's supposed to be a parenthesis, I'm pretty sure. That makes more sense. Oh, that's it. Ah. Dot. What does for each mean is pretty much you're running through each of the values inside of whatever thing.
Through them and to add them
Let's just verify that we have everything written correctly. Yeah, that looks correct to me, doesn't it?
if they don't already exist in the configuration. Same for the GLB and PNG file. That way,
Where is he copying this from? Don't forget our close. Again, an array. I think I can copy this from the documentation, right? And we should and then the same thing. Just gonna make sure, but this time it's assets. Yeah, that looks right to me.
Way we are sure we don't get rid of anything that was existing, and we don't add it again if it's already here. Now everything should be ready, so we can add our canvas inside our React Native view. So in the
I think it's in profile, because this is the fallback avatar, right? Loading spinner, const loading spinner. So therefore it should be in the profile. App. Maybe I have it here already. Auth layout. Tabs, there we go. Profile. Auth context.
app, we have a main view here containing some components. We can add our canvas on top here. So we'll be using canvas, but be careful when you do the imports, because it will tell you canvas at React Fiber. So here you have the React Fiber.
What if I just comment all that out for now?
Fiber version. But when you are using React Fiber with React Native, all components can be fine if you do /native. So you always add that path so you are sure all the compatibility things have been done inside the component. But to be honest, some components are not compatible with the React Native, and we just don't use it today, or I will explain to you what we need.
This is more like the code I'm familiar with writing. Something like that.
Need to do. On our canvas, let's set the camera position and field of view, and let's close it. Inside, we can add a background color, and inside, let's add a mesh containing a box geometry. with a basic material hot pink. If we look at it currently, we can see anything because of the default style of the view. On the main container style, let's get rid of the align item center and justify content center. And now we are able to see our React 3 Fiber component inside. Let's set the camera position and field of view, and let's close it. Inside, we can add a background color, and inside, let's add a mesh containing a box geometry with a basic material hot pink. If we look at it currently, we can see anything because of the default style of the view. On the main container style, let's get rid
I don't even see my app.js anymore. Oh my lord. We don't have an app.js file anymore. Okay.
of the align item center and justify content center. And now we are able to see our React 3 Fiber component inside React Native. We don't have
I thought they were doing an Expo app. Okay. Unnecessary. So I wrote a simple way to display a mesh using Canvas with React 3 Fiber. I want you to do a simple adjustment while not changing or adding anything unnecessarily. Display this in our shit like this, man. This is the problem when you do manual typing. If you don't get used to it. Okay, that should work now. Okay, thank God. the God. Just don't understand why this is happening. Like, I downloaded it, so it should be there. finally. Okay. So back to this.
Have any space here with a basic material hot pink. If we look at it currently, we can see anything because of the default style of the view. On the main content container style, let's get rid of the align item center and justify content center. And now we are able
show me the file. Well, you're where? You're saying avatar container, but we don't have an avatar container in here, do we? Okay. You know what? Profile card. Fuck me, bro. This. Profile card. Was it that hard to just give me this thing? There we go. Jesus. Holy fuck. Let's see if that changes anything.
Main container style, let's get rid of the align item center and justify content center. And now view, and let's close it. Inside, we can add a background color. And inside, let's add a mesh containing a box geometry with a basic material.
Fuck, wasn't that difficult? Holy shit. Oh my god, guys, I swear to God. Literally. Like he knows where the problem is, and then... Alright, let's just... We're making progress.
pale hot pink. If we look at it currently, we can see anything because of the default style of the view. On the main container style, let's get rid of the align item center and justify content center. And now we are able to see our React 3 Fiber component inside React Native. We don't have any space here for our component, so let's fix it. To organize a bit our code, we will get rid of it inside a new component. So let's create a new folder. Let's name it components. And inside, we'll create our component named bottom UI. Use a better word if you have any idea. Export const bottom UI. And inside, we will return a view. And be careful because you have a view from React 3 Dry, and what we want is React Native component. So it's a view from React Native, and inside we'll put what we had, so the text and the button. Don't forget to import. Again, you have one from Dry, but you want the React Native one. Same for the button, only it exists in React Native. And for the style, I will do inline style. Of course, use your preferred way of styling components. For the moment, let's just add a padding of 20. Go back to the app and import next to the canvas the bottom UI. We can see we have our Hello World and Press Me, which have a bit more space. But let's see what we have on iOS. Here you can see we have the Press Me that is very colliding with the bottom thing they made in recent iPhones. So if I change the background color of the view, let's put it black for now, you will see that our view is behind that dot on the bottom. It's not conflicting yet, but it's too close to the bottom. To avoid this, what we need to do is use a safe area view component from React Native. And by default, it will add space on the top, left, right, and bottom based on the status bar or this bar on the bottom. But here we want just to have the padding on the bottom. So we'll say edges is equal to bottom. And if we look, you can see we have that extra space that is created by safe area view, and we can even change the color if we wanted to. But now the button, we need to run yarn add zustand or npm if you are still using it. Open the terminal, stop your server, run the command, and you can directly restart the server. Zustand state management library. To install it, we need to run yarn add zustand or npm if you are still using it. Open the terminal, stop your server, run the command, and you can directly restart the server and hide the terminal. We will create our store in a hook, so let's create a new folder named hooks. And our hook, we want it to be named use sandwich.js because we don't need React components. Now be prepared to be hungry. We will create our different ingredients in a dictionary with bread, lettuce, mushroom, tomato, cheese, and so on. They all contain the price as our sandwich to have all the ingredients available. So it's named Sandwich Assembly from Hari Charalambous. Sorry if the pronunciation is not the best. I will put the link in the description. Then to prepare our different ingredients to be ready to use in our project, what I did is remove the big sandwich that was here, then select all the ingredients, object, set origin, and origin center of mass of surface. So you can see every item is centered perfectly. You can see the orange dot, which is its center. So if I select another one, it's centered based on itself because we want to have each ingredient individually. Instead of exporting them one by one by doing file export and GLB, I'm using a Blender extension them, and then from each ingredient, we'll add source and we'll pass the path here. So lettuce source is lettuce, and so we apply it on our GLTF, and we have our slice of bread that looks way better, but still it's a bit too thin. But because a view with a small height and the background, to place two items horizontally.
Okay.
Now we can start preparing our 3D ingredients. This is the model I found to customize our sandwich to have all the ingredients available. So it's named Sandwich Assembly from Hari Charanam. So you can see every item is centered perfectly. You can see the orange dot, which is its center. So if I select another one, it's centered based on itself because we want to have each ingredient individually. Instead of exporting them one by one by doing file export and GLB, I'm using a Blender extension named batch export. So you can put the directory of your project, format GLB GLTF. You can use preset, for example, if you have a compression preset, but with React Native, don't use the compression, it won't work. So just disable it, apply modifiers, be sure that location, rotation, and scale are set to the default value. So every object, even if they are positioned anywhere on your scene, for example, -23, when it will export it, it will be at 0. So you can just use it from 0 and you will have the bread at 0. I put all the ingredients inside assets. I create a new folder named models, and then drag and drop if you want from my repository or from your export. Here it is, and now we have all the different ingredients. Now before creating our ingredient component, let's just use one of the models we created. So GLTF from dry, but be sure that you manually add native. The source is equal to /assets/models/bread/.glb. And if we try it, first we have
God.
an error because it was trying to load the file from the assets. So we need to add a suspense around so it doesn't crash with React Native. To make it simply, we can add it into our app and wrap our sandwich within a suspense component. Then we have a new error, could not load the file at this path. This is not because the path is wrong, it's because with React Native, you are not using directly the URL as the path to the file. To get the path, you need to do import of the name you want from the path of the file. And then in the source, you use that path, so bread. And now we have our slice of bread, which is small, but at least we are rendering our GLTF model inside our React Native app. Instead of doing it here, we will create all the paths.
GTF. How did he did it again?
Not load the file at this. For creating our ingredient component, let's just use one of the models we created. So GLTF. So it's a new one, but it's keeping the same ID, so it will not re-render it. And then just the opposite for remove ingredient. We set the total to the previous total minus the item we remove. And we just filter our ingredients array with the previous ingredient we are removing. Now I'm sure you want to display that sandwich, so let's create a component inside components that we will name sandwich.jsx export const sandwich. What we will need to have is the list of ingredients, so we get it from use sandwich, and from here it really is a React Fiber component, so you can just return a group from Three.js, and it's fine. It's the way you are used to create components using a React Fiber. Let's go inside our app. Let's replace our mesh with our sandwich that we just created. Now we can start. Are preparing our 3D ingredients. This is the model I found to customize our sandwich to have all the ingredients available. So it's named Sandwich Assembly from, and we just filter our image we create from Zustand. And we have access at Zustand or NPM if you are still using it. Open the terminal, stop your server, run the command, and you can directly restart the server and hide the terminal. We will create our store in a hook. So let's create a new folder named hooks. And our hook, we want it to be named use sandwich.js because we don't need React components. Now be prepared to be hungry. We will create our different ingredients in a dictionary with bread, lettuce, mushroom, tomato, cheese, and so on. They all contain the price and an icon, so we'll display it in our UI. Bacon, patty. Now let's create our store. We'll name it use sandwich. We create from the stand. And we have access to a set method to update our state. Our state, what it will contain is the ingredient. We will start with two ingredients. A bread, we will add automatically an ID of 0, and another bread with the ID 1. So we are sure we always have two slices of bread in our sandwich. We are defining ID and not directly the name of the ingredient. So when we will have React keys to re-render our components, we are sure it is related to the correct ingredients, and we don't have forced re-render. Then we create our total, so we are able to have the final price of our sandwich when adding different ingredients. We could calculate it dynamically, but it's easier to do it when we add and remove an ingredient. Then we create our add ingredient. It takes an ingredient as a parameter, and what we do is we update the total with the price of the new ingredient. And inside our ingredients, we add all the previous ingredient minus 1, so minus the last slice of bread. Then we add our new ingredient. We define its ID with the number of ingredients we have. So because we have 2 slices of bread, it will start from 2. And then we add the last slice of bread. So it's a new one, but it's keeping the same ID, so it will not re-render it. And then just the opposite for remove ingredient. We set the total to the previous total minus the item we remove. And we just filter our ingredients array with the previous ingredients we are removing. Now I'm sure you want to display that sandwich, so let's create a component inside components that we will name. Sandwich.jsx, export const sandwich. What we will need to have is the list of ingredients, so we get it from use sandwich. And from here, it really is a React Fiber component. So you can just return a group from Three.js, and it's fine. It's the way you are used to create components using a React Fiber. Let's go inside our app. Let's replace our mesh with
we will return this instead. Wait.
port const sandwich React Fiber component. So you can just return a group from.
That doesn't really make sense. Okay. Canvas. That means we don't need this anymore.
Three.js, and it's fine. It's the way you are used to create components using a React Fiber. Let's go inside our app. Let's replace our mesh with our sandwich that we just created. Now we can start preparing our 3D ingredients. This is the model I found to customize.
And this should not break our code, but it should just generate the model.
our sandwich to have is now, and you can see it here it's folder named models, and then drag and drop if you want from my repository or from your export. Here it is, and now we have all the different ingredients. Now before creating one from my repository or from your export. Here it is, and now we have all the different ingredients. Now before creating our ingredient component, let's just use one of the models we created. So GLTF from dry, but be sure that you manually add native. The source is equal to
What's up?
Guess what I found?
What?
Who is it?
Maybe me?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Why? What are you even holding?
I'm not too sure.
An
Want to
orange?
say hi to YouTube is live.
Hi.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's watching, but yeah. Yeah. What are you doing?
I just wanted to show you who this.
Oh, yeah, I've seen it.
I think it's an orange.
Maybe. Okay.
to /assets /models /bread .glb. And if we try it, first we have an error because it was trying to load the file from the assets. So we need to add a suspense around so it doesn't crash with React Native. To make it simply, we can add it into our app and wrap our sandwich within a suspense component. Then we have a new error, could not load the file at this path. This is not because the path is wrong, it's because with React Native, you are not using directly the URL as the path to the file. To get the path, you need to do import of the name you want from the path of the file. And then in the source, you use that path, the bread. And now we have our slice of bread, which is small, but at least we are rendering our GLTF model inside our React Native app. Instead of doing it here, we will create all the path inside our use sandwich on top of the file. We load all of them, and then
Okay, so canvas. What I could also do, guys, if we can't set up the API, I could just manually download all the assets from Ready Player Me and put them into store and then just use it like that. I could do it that way.
of the file, and then in the source. Equal to /assets /models /bread dot port. Here it is, and now we have all the different ingredients. Now before creating our ingredient scene, for example -23, when it will export it, it will be at 0, so you can just use it from 0 and you will have the bread at 0. I put all the ingredients repository or from your export. Here it is, and now we have all the different ingredients. Now before creating our ingredient competitive, the source, we try it. First we have an error relative. Then we can add it into our app, unwrap our sandwich within a suspense component. Then we have a new error, could not load the file at this path. This is not because the path is wrong, it's because with React Native, you are not using directly the URL as the path to the file. To get the path, you need to do import of the name you want from the path of the file. And then in the source, you use that path, the bread. And now we have our name you want, using which we will ingredients, we'll add source, and we'll pass. Might solve an ingredient with the price of the new data, and with that, so we will display it. Let's use with extra space in the bar.
This file's not found. We are in we're going out one, right? So we go out once and we'll be here. We're going to assets. Finish it, assets, image that. Finish it, components. So GLB. Images, GLB, images. Finish it, asset, images. Finish it, asset. There we go, okay. Now, if we use this and Let's remove this one for now. GLT model equals avatar and then we'll just do const scene equals, I don't know why that's wrong, scene. There we go. And now go to avatar URL. No, we won't do that. We will just do something like that. Oh my fucking god. We finally fucking did it. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, guys. You have no idea how fucking happy I am. Oh my god. Even though right now I don't look happy, I'm telling you guys. 3 goddamn days trying to figure this out. Like I want to be happy and cry with happy tears, but like literally like I am emotionless right now because of how, of all the mixed signals this just getting this thing has brought to me, guys. I literally cannot tell you how we did it though. We did it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at my face. It's all puffy and shit, but we finally did it. We literally actually finally did it. Oh my god. Did it. So we understand the problem now. The problem was because we can't, the GLB wasn't taking the URL correctly because it is not a GLB URL. Okay, great. literally can't believe that we have